소로브 후아레즈 건슬링어. 보통으로 이렇게 빨리빨리 갈게요.
Easy, boy.
Don't I know you, sir?
Don't believe so. I haven't been here in many years. Name's Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Ah, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow me to buy you a beer.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I heard he collected the 10 stars off any crooked lawmen who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
소리 좀 줄일게요. 사일러스 그리브즈는 1910년에 에빌린에 도착했습니다.
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs.
기본적으로 좀 큰데?
I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was riding with Billy's enemies. But before I tell you why I want that sumbitch dead, let me tell you what happened that day. I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had this funny feeling.
Funny, haha.
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
누르기 0으로
You heard Pat. Need to stay here, keep an eye on the road.
That's not
은신처를
fair. We're missing all the fun.
I knew those two morons would never let me through. I had no choice.
I had no choice.
Who's that? Is he with us?
적을 사살하면 경험치를 얻을 수 있습니다. 레벨을 올리거나 새로운 능력을 얻으려면 경험치가 필요합니다.
Was it Pat Garrett's posse?
Oh, yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast.
이건 좀 빠른데? 좀 작아. 마우스 감도가 좀 빠르네. 반절.
Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire
이래도 좀
homestead.
빠른데? 왜 이렇게 빨라?
Fire at will. Spread out, goddammit. Come on, they're coming from the
I
rear.
decided to help Billy and the boys out.
적을 쓰러뜨리면 집중도가
So that's just what I did.
have one behind us! Stay on it! Covering fire!
아, 3개. 좀 아픈데.
As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kid's apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
God damn you! Time to die!
좀 아픈데.
Die!
I knew that going through that front door meant putting my butt in a shooting gallery, so I decided to get sneaky.
사용할 수 있는 스킬 포인트가 존재합니다. 건슬링어, 쌍권총의 무법자, 레인저, 사냥꾼, 리볼버 양손장비. 스킬을 구매하시겠습니다.
Watch out! One of them! God damn it, he's right behind us! Where the hell's
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off. Still, one of them reached the water tower.
위험인식이 최대에 이르쳤을 때
Not a bad idea. It would be a turkey shoot from up there.
이걸 피해?
Heck just happened! I'll do you myself! Me and you!
Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks. Then, I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window. Back door! We'll cover you!
We got you covered!
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house.
이거 근접 공격 없네. 근접. 이동 F7 전투. 근접 공격 F. 근접 공격은 아 누군데 어디야 어떤 새끼야?
I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left
아
twice as
뒤에서
mad.
누가 쏘는데? 어디 있지?
Someone shoot that bastard! Kill him!
They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo.
아니 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니 어디서 쏘는 거임? 아이 개 같은 거 진짜.
It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house. And like that, I was inside,
Dead, you
none
bastards!
the worse for wear. I passed Dirty Dave,
아 우리 편이었네. 미안하다. 죽일 뻔.
and upstairs I found Billy and Charlie Baldry.
찰리 보드.
How about that? Huh?
진실의 조각들. 스팅킹 스프링스. 이게 이제 그건가? 그 약간 이제 실제 역사? 영사주 대빠른 놈 21살에 21명을 죽인 빌리 더 키드.
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo. Grab a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Yeah, sort of. Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm. I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping like flies, but they just kept on coming.
Send him to hell!
That's when Charlie got hit. They're catching us in a crossfire, shouted Billy. Get to the other side.
농장에 뒤편을
Stop standing next to dynamite! Someone shoot that bastard!
아 너무 아픈데?
I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatlin, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention.
후아레즈 말을 끌고
He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it?
Wanna make him run for it! Sons of bitches!
Randy would have fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack.
What are you saying, old man?
건슬링어 쌍권총 매눈 조준시 시간 진행 늦춰짐. 시간을 절약하십시오. 사냥꾼.
Jack, he's just joshing with you now.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Greaves, please continue.
Please, call me Silas, ma'am.
새끼 방패로.
Now, where was I?
You were heading for the barn.
Gonna gut you like a pig!
새끼.
Making my way past a passel of fallen cows.
미쳤다.
Sounds like Garrett hired a whole regiment of hired guns.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up.
야 근데 쌍권총 별로 이렇게 별론데? 쌍권총이.
Finally, I had the stables within my reach. And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
오만하고 반발하며 서투른 놈. 팻 게럿.
You challenged him to a showdown.
아, 신드님 어서 와요.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
이거 콜 오브 후아레즈 건슬링어라고. 예전 게임 나온 지 한 10년은 넘었는데 2010년대 게임. 서부극 게임 중에서는 나름 괜찮은 게임이라고 생각을 해가지고 가져왔습니다. 아무튼 적에게 집중해야 합니다. 뭘로 집중해요? 상대방이 총을 뽑아들었을 경우 총을 뽑아듭니다. 아, 제길 늦었다. 쉣. 상대방의 손을 주목하라고. 손을 주목해야 되네.
And that you killed him in a fair fight.
Is that what that Penny Dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I
왜?
finally reached those damn stables.
진짜로 말을 끌고 와.
And stepped inside, and bam!
어?
Last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
That was just beginning. 53% 이런 젠장. 스킬. 너무 쉬워 보이는군요. 아니요, 그냥 하겠습니다.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive,
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid. It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after.
링컨 교도소. 체포되고 넉 달 후.
He was with John Kinney's gang, and they were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence. Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape, too. my first order of business was finding a firearm.
파이어. 진실의 조. 레벨 상승. 쌍권총. 콤보 유지 시간. 리볼버 탄약 소재량 증가. 이거 나쁘지 않은 장거리. 사냥꾼. 근접 전투. 집중 상태에서 산탄총.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun.
샷건. 식구경 해킹. 성천병력 같은 신고. 사람을 반토막 내는 파괴력. 바 몰린저의 산탄총.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
샷건. 지붕.
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer.
야 잠깐만.
It could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing. The kids escaped raised a huge ruckus.
Shit, man.
Guards were everywhere looking for him.
Can't let the kid get away.
지붕을 통해 빠져나와.
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could, but
우와. 와, 아니 저기로 뛰는 거 아니었어?
some of that wood was slippery as hell.
뭐야
The
이거
whole town was up
여기
in
아니야?
arms.
여기구나.
And suddenly, I was a fugitive.
So that bastard you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever going to find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there. I tried to be stealthy and sneak my way past.
This town doesn't have a moment's peace.
You!
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
You hooligans can go to hell.
Time to die! You can't hide forever!
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and color. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean
아
ass
어디야?
shot.
어디서 쏘는 아니 어디서 쏘는 거야?
Get paid enough for this!
어디서 쏘는 거야? 보이지가 않아.
Surrender yourself! Let's do this! We're gonna be in
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. We prize them too high, if you ask me.
God damn you!
You're threatening the lives of
마을을 지나도 길을 뚫어. 어디로 가는 거야?
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
반사신기.
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town.
방패병이 씨. 뭐야 이거 어떻게 해야
I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No, because they all thought I was Billy, and all that blame would fall on him. Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun. Anyway, it was me or them, and the only way forward led me straight to perdition. But the cards were dealt, and I had no choice but to play them.
You hear me?
어디야?
Arm yourselves! How the hell did he get away?
어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니 잠깐 뭐 소리가 들리는 거.
Let him get away! I've got this! We can take him! We're gonna be in deep shit when Pat gets back! Kill him! I think he's scared!
Shit, man.
Stop him! Now you're really pissing me off! Don't let him get away with that! We can take him!
아,
You won't get away with this!
아 장총 없나? 장전?
Finally, I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Sure he did. Dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. Hello, Bob, I said. I think you better let me go. And he says,
You better
I
let
don't
me
think
go.
so, boy. Not with my shotgun.
My shotgun.
So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
총을 재빨리 뽑으려면 A 그리고 D로 손의 위치를 조정해야 합니다. 반응 속도까지 해야 돼. 심장 복동이 들리면 총을 뽑아둘 수 있습니다. 하지만 먼저 뽑아둘 경우 불명예스러운 기록이 남게 됩니다. 아, 제길. 아, 제길.
I killed him in a fair fight. Everybody saw I had no damn choice. Well, Lincoln got a mite depopulated that day. Pat Garrett gunned down Billy 3 months later, so his escape was all for naught anyway.
So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious, Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
어느 늙은이를 위한 한.
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
라이프.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clanton. I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! There!
I did my best to help those poor people.
Okay, now you're really pissing me off.
Moments later, the attackers were dead, and I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing.
Still breathing.
None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did. They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had. Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked me Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo.
갑자기요?
Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up. Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim.
아니 야 이거 어떻게 해야 돼? 아니 잠깐만 어떻게 해야 돼요? 아니
Luckily,
계속 나오는데?
serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
레인저 진실의 조각들 신호와 함께 그 사실을 알려줍니다. 라이플 탄약 소지량 증명 조진시 추가 확대 빠른 라이플 제작 공부를 따라
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this? I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going. And that's when something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven, I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good, and he would know.
적들을 제거해.
And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds. It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
We're waiting for you.
짜증나고 모약하며 비열하는 늙은이 클랜트.
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, Clanton, I'm coming for you! A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me.
What?
Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
아야 이 개, 아야야야야이. 와, 야, 너무 욕심냈다. 와. 늙은이 클랜트.
Why are you so afraid to face me, huh?
Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
개오반데? 어?
Look at you! What I ever do to you? Where'd you get that? Show yourself! I don't know how you live this long. You one stupid zombie!
아, 개오반데? 수류탄 맞네. 다이너마이트 좀. 아니 왜?
Wait! Goddamn bullets! Baby, my third neck! Where'd you get that? Dynamite! Don't let that some bitch get away with that! I don't know how you live this long. Hey, let's see what you...
Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps, and that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
오케이 목표. 백병전. 근접 전투 방어력 증가. 총알을 무시할 수는 없지만 버틸 수는 있다. 콤보 유지 시 주랭랑. 전력 질주하는 동안 재장전.
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo. I had tracked him and the cowboys to their hideout at a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. First, I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Earth's coming!
Get ready, boys.
Take him down!
Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise. And after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge. So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil.
Put some holes in him! Kill him!
아 쉣.
Hit him from the side!
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was.
I got a bullet with your name on it, boy. Get out of here!
Where are you?
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other, and I was beginning to wish I had one myself.
You're done.
But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed, and that's what drove me forward.
Shit.
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cap.
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken it.
That Lungner should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it? Being loyal? Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
헐리비를 쳐.
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
길을 치다니 기겁한 녀석.
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Show him how to die! on it! In for the kill! You gonna need a cannon! Oh, death is too good for us! You can't get me!
나 내밀어 봐.
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
이제 저럴 줄 알았다.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand. Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
눈치채기도 전에 총을 쏴버리는 대단한 헐레기를 못 질러.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open.
Send you to kill me! Dance with the devil!
개 커.
Send you to kill me? Oh, wanna play hide and seek?
Wanna play hide and seek.
You're going to the gates of hell! You can't hide forever! Wherever you are! Come on out, son! My bottle! That son of a bitch send you to kill me?
아, 아니, 야. 야, 뒤치기는 좀 너무하다. 뒤치기를 쳐버리네.
You can't hide forever, boy. Come on out, son.
장전 너무 오래 걸려.
You're all by your lonesome. Come out wherever you are. I killed Morgan or...
안 돼!
Coming after me. Let's see what you got.
아, 진짜.
Be right here if you need.
와, 이 쓰레기.
Brocius gave me no choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
총 쏘는데 둘째가라면 서러운 좋은 일이. 헐리비리
It's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
아이씨. 제길.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
아이씨.
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't always true. Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo.
명예롭게 사서. 모찌크. 빠른 라이플 세상. 50% 감사합니다. 건슬링어. 콤보 유지 시간 증가. 라이플 세상.
I was paid a healthy bounty for
I heard
Ringo
those
and
also.
Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
에피소드 3.
Now, wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
조니 링고를 죽이는 것으로 사일러스의 복수의 여정 첫 장에 막을 내립니다.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant. and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits and put a generous price on his head.
LA라기냐고? 전혀 다르.
Plummer rallied his gang to plunder
전혀 다르.
one last gold mine before
서부시대.
making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
It makes me nervous standing so close to all these goddamn barrels of gunpowder.
Why would you be nervous? No one has the cojones to come after you.
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, but Samuel Colt made them equal.
뭔데?
It's you or me!
이거 쏠 걸 그랬네. You and me. 단촌생 생탐총. 라이플. 레인저. 오퍼도 좋은데. Holy shit, man. 옛 서부는 무법지대이자 부패한 관리들이 난립했던 곳이었다.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold ships. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town.
아 왜?
Greed and easy pickings.
아니 왜? 왜 죽어? 이건
That moron out of his misery. You can ride, but you ain't I will drop
Charlie Crow, the blacksmith. James, who worked in the stable. Sam and Jeremiah Barber,
Shit.
the butcher's son. Ordinary citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors.
Plummer wants that asshole.
Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Dangerous, desperate individuals.
You ain't beating me.
Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to break. I was outnumbered and in way over my
야, 내가 먼저
but I was too damn stubborn
했잖아.
and stupid to realize it.
아니, 야, 내가 먼저 했는데 왜 내가 죽는 거야? 이해가 안 되네. 이게 도대체 무슨 판정이야?
They must have thought I was tough. Or had some kind of death wish. Seeing as there were barrels of gunpowder everywhere. I thought I was some kind of hero.
아니, 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니, 어디서 쏘는 거야?
I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
I'm putting you down!
Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
아, 제발. 어디야? 아, 개같네. 아, 뭐야, 이거 왜 안 돼? 아니, 뭐야, 어디야?
That's it for you!
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion. This is why I do not like heights.
You won't get away with this! I'm ending you! Hey, I'll flank him!
아, 잠깐만요. 아, 맞습니다.
Time to blow your shit up.
아이고 씨.
You ain't beefing me. You can't hide forever.
방금
I do not deserve to die like this.
아니 이 정도에도 데미지는 좀 해볼게. 아유 씨.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come. With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at. All it takes is one tiny spark, and boom.
Thank you. What? I can't hear you.
As a boy, I always loved the 4th of July.
There he is.
아이 모임. 아이씨.
Get him. Get out.
아니 모임. 아 왜 죽어? 원패했는데. 아니 씨 어이가 없네. 이거 왜 죽는 거야?
Take that asshole.
이것 때문에 그러나?
Had enough.
아니 왜 죽는 거야 이거? 이해가 안 되네.
Take that asshole out.
아니 그냥 제 나 이해가 안 되네.
There he is.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tomb. I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane.
You know who we are.
아니 잠깐 이것도 피해야
It's a
되는
good thing
거야?
that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it. Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite side.
아니 여기로 가는 게 아니라 여기로 간다고 그런 거야?
It was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution, because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I was determined not to give up, however. As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. and I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
엘리베이터를 타고.
I wanted to use the element of surprise. Plus, I figured I could use the exercise. I was warmed up already, so what the hell? Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there.
I do not deserve to die like this.
The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
에이씨 뭐야? 아이 모임. 저 정도도 못 먹어서 사람이. 뭐 하는 거야? 뭐가 없어. 망나니, 헨리 플루머.
They're gonna bury you in a million pieces! It's just getting worse and worse for you.
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was gonna take some digging.
You can shoot, but can you aim? Come on, boys! Take this cocksucker out!
Oh shit, man. 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니, 어디서 쏘는 거야, 지금? 나와, 빨리. 아씨, 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체? 아, 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니 대체. 아니 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체? 어디서 나타나가지고 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니 갑자기 등장해가지고 씨. 아 잠깐만. 아하. 아니 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체? 아씨. 아니 사각에서 등장해가지고 갑자기 쏘는 거 개열받은 진짜. 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체?
man! Bastard!
아 제발 아 진짜 올테이가 없네 진짜.
I can shoot!
아씨 저거 어떻게 반응하고 있어.
Why not just give up and die? What'll blow you next week, boy?
아니 대체 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체.
You can shoot, but can you aim?
아 미치겠네 씨. 아
They're gonna need a dustpan to pick you up! Ooh, you ain't!
You're done. You ain't beefing me.
So that's how Henry Plummer died. Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
조준실 추가 건슬링어 낭비 금지 산탄총 및 건슬링어 콤보 유지 불행랑 전력 질주하는 동안 제작자 빠른 리볼버 제작자 아, 제작 좀 빨리 하라고. 아 그지 같은 거.
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself.
에피소드 4 존 웨슬리 하든.
Hell, he killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't back down for nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself. I dodged death many a time, and that night in Abilene was no different. I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
There he is.
I thought the Texas Rangers got Hardin.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres to the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Hardin was waiting for me, and wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer.
Killer.
By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
Shoot that son of a bitch!
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. As most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands. And that was easier said than done, as most of them were as foolish and full of bravado as I was. I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp.
Where are you?
He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their Jefe of my unwelcome presence.
Let the boys know we got another long dog.
어디야? 어디야? 대체 어디서 쏘는 거야?
I wondered if Bob was among them.
말? 비밀. 존 웨슬리 하딘. 살인 악명 높은 살인마 존 웨슬리 하딘. 41명? 25년형을 선고받았으나 17년 만에 출소했고 사법시험에 합격했다고? 헐. 어허. 도박을 하던 중 뒤통수에 총을 맞아 사망했다. 헐. 아.
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better. Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
Good shot!
Can't get a good shot at him. Shoot him! Shoot him! God damn him!
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon. Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me. In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
아 쉣.
I can kill you with either hand.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
15살의 첫사랑. 자면서 한면 사장. 깨어있을 때 마음 냄새. 존 웨슬리 하딩. 자면서
I felt a
사장.
bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
피합니다. 아 왜? 피했잖아.
No, wait! He didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
아니 피한 거 지금 모션 나왔잖아. 뭐지? 피한 거 모션 나왔는데. 뭐이?
That man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless Avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer? Ben?
뭐야? 이거 맞아?
Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
에피소드 5 그레이 울프.
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf. Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
이방인과 함께 추노.
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven.
오랜 시간 전, 저 멀고 먼 산맥 어딘가.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death. Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him. They saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
뒤에 있나? 뒤에 뭐가 있나? 어디서 쏘는 거야? 표시에 뒤로 나오는 거고. 아니 대체 뭐 어디야? 어디서 쏘는 거야 이거? 아니 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체? 보이지가 않아.
It was rugged country.
아니 개 같은 거 보이지가 않아 이 새끼들.
That's why they had retreated there.
아니 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니 어디서 쏘는 거야 대체? 안 보여. 아 개 같은 거 진짜.
I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
아 진짜 더럽게 안 맞네 진짜.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout.
아 제발. 조준시 추가하고 건슬링어 빠른 리볼버 제작. 오버워치가 하면서 에임 필요 없다고 하는 놈들 진짜 강의하는 놈들 막 이제 높은 티어 간 놈들 중에 있거든요. 진짜 개 때리고 싶어. 에임이 없으면 안 돼.
Yeah, but it's
에임이
not out
필요
of
없다고 하는
bravery so much as
놈들도
pure angry
이런
cussing.
식으로 맞추면은 아무것도 못해요 진짜. 그런 에임 필요 없다고 하는 놈들도 기본적인 거는 하고 나서 이제 한다는 거지. 마치 진짜 공부 안 하고 공부 다 하고서 공부 안 했다고 하는 놈들하고 똑같은 진짜 계열받아 진짜. 아 동굴을 수색하라. FPS 게임 하면서 막 이제 에임 필요 없다고 하는데 막 DPI가 뭐 어쩌고 장비가 어쩌고 모니터가 어쩌고 다들 이제 뭐 에임의 중요성을 알고 있는 거야. 에임이 안 필요하면은 그런 거 안 하고 그냥 대충 60프레임 30프레임으로 해도 상관없겠지 쟤 같은 거. 이런 제기를 진짜 그지같네. 피지컬이 안 좋은 사람으로서 정말 그지같네요. 그렇게 에임이 안 좋으면은 아니 에임이 안 필요하면 핵이 왜 필요하냐고. 핵만 해도 핵만 써도 씨 뭐 마스터 올라가고 금화 올라가고 그러는데 그지 같은 거. 지들도 이제 핵이 뭐냐 에임이 중요한 거 알고 있으면서 에임이 안 중요하다고 하는 놈도 진짜 그지 같다 진짜. FPS 모드 켜면은 자체적으로 에임 표시된다고요? 근데 그거 한다고 에임이 좋아지진 않는데. 뭐 뭐야 이거! 그냥 피지컬인 피지컬. 연습도 중요한데 피지컬은. 개인적으로 군대 있을 때도 사격 별로 안 좋아했던 사람으로서 실사격 훈련할 때마다 개 짜증났음. 예비군 훈련할 때도 그렇게 막 별로 그렇게 싸우고 싶진 않았어. 나만 아니라 뭐 다른 아저씨들도 별로 그렇게 쏘고 싶진 않았던 것 같아.
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
기관총 사수라 갈기면 돼서 편했다고. 아 그래. 기관총 뭐라 그랬어? K3였나? K3가 기관총이었나? 보기만 했지 뭐 쏴보진 않아가지고.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars.
와 씨. K3 사수라도 개인 하기
They thought it was
따로
haunted with
해야
the
되지
ghosts
않나?
of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
아 쉣. 근무인원 부족하다.
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to two Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of
What
there.
happened?
Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death. I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows. And I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
he said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
재장전 시간 단축? R을 연타하면 전설적인 무기 해제됨. 세공되는 유견발. 쉣. 아 제발.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle.
아니 정보를 주겠다.
I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith.
Yes!
But no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo is right.
아유
Are you making this
정말.
all up as you go?
아니 거기서 미끄러지는 건 대체 무슨 경우야?
there were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady. I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who are you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
아! Shit, man.
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before. I followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me. But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air.
호호.
Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Goddamn bounty.
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
서부 액센트가
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
에피소드 6.
Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of right?
I did my best, sir. We all did.
이게 영어 하면은 그 영국 영어 액센트 이제 좋아하는 사람들 많잖아요. 근데 저는 이제 영국 영어는
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. You're nobody next to Jesse James, you'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property.
Holes in 'em.
아, 레인저로 바꿀까?
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender. This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. So he went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, crazy?
Rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank. Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did. It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
We've got company. Okay, now you're
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free. Like Jim Bowie,
Is that
Davy
Silas
Crockett,
Greaves?
who died
Son
defending
of
the
a
Alamo.
bitch!
Yeah, you know you can't beat me. Time to fill you full of lead. Got ourselves some...
That asshole just killed Red.
그다음에 진실의 조각.
Over there! That's Silas Greaves. What the hell?
Blam! Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons.
킥슈터가 좋은 것 같기도 하고 쌍권총 쓰는 거.
His name was Silas Greaves, and when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way
아니
it
씨
happened.
뭐가 자꾸 이렇게 사실은 그게 아니었다 뭐 계속 그러는 거야?
It was early evening, not high noon. The Daltons blew up a safe, and were all set to hightail it out of there. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
우두머리 바람둥이 패배자 달튼 형제.
I'd been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless.
In for the kill.
And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeeville.
This is too good. Ain't bothered me none.
Those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions.
사방에서 몰려들었지. 업그레이드. 호흡을 조준 시 추가 확대. 빠른 조준. 목표물을 빠르게 조준할 수 있다. 다이나마이트 투척 파괴. 헤드샷 시 집중도. 뒤쪽에서 접근하는 적 탐지. 근처의 적 처형. 도금된 라이플. 집중 상태에서 신속한 움직임. 세공된 레인지. 집중 상태에서 피해량 증가.
I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose them. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever.
뭐야?
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeeville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
Shit happens.
Can't believe you missed.
악명 높은 영보 형제와 아 이거 실제 사진이구나.
That's right. Run.
The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least 2 of them to escape. The 3rd brother stayed behind to plant me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work. It was Emmett, the youngest, and he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Reeves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
아이씨 뭐야?
You messed with the wrong damn dog.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him? But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
여전히 현상금 사냥꾼이라네. 수년이 지나면서 사일러스 그리브즈는 유명한 현상금 사냥꾼이 되었습니다.
We'll get those suckers.
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
미주리주 어딘가.
They
은행
can't
강도를
get
잡고.
away with this.
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track him to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course. So we kept an eye out for landmarks.
landmark. 잠깐만.
It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood.
안개와 늪 때문에
The rains
방향을
that year were
파악하기 힘듭니다.
torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Bury them in the swamp. Plant them where they stand.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanted to do me harm, so I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
여기랑
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends. The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
세공된 레인.
Ready for a belly full of buckshot? Just like pissing me off. They're gonna need a dustpan to pick you up. They're gonna bury you in a million pieces. Death is coming for you.
아 미친 개 아파.
I'm gonna cut you in two. You just brought hell down. Die.
And my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen. Point being, I was under serious attack.
단총신 라이프. 엄청 신네.
Bury him in the swamp.
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view, but just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them.
늪지를 지나 길을.
But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
There were Indians.
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers.
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
해공되는 애. Where are you?
Shoot, I dare you. You ain't bothering me none.
눈 아파. 눈 아파. 눈 아파.
It's you or me.
어디야?
Damn head on. It's just brought hell.
Oh shit.
You ready for a belly full of
I knew those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them. And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern-wheeler or a side-wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was then that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from on high, and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
you or me.
You and me. 냉철한 분노. 산탄총 탄약. 양손잡이. 빠른 조준. 헤드샷시 집중도 상승. 근처의 적 사용. 집중 상태, 재장전, 콤보시.
Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
That asshole just killed Red.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
That's right.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
뭐야?
I'm sending you to hell.
뭐야?
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Oh, yeah, but I was in a
Did you
fight.
hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
You're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway...
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
Oh, God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Greaves?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all. About to come at me one at a time. They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
되게 집중도 내려간다.
They got it wrong. A sad end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers.
Tragic death. 집중 상태에서의 피해를 집중 상태 유지 시간 증가. 이거 찍어요. 하하.
My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
에피소드 7 The Wild Bunch 후아레즈 1860.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
대단한 열차 강도는 아니시군. 부치 캐시디.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. I figured the Wild Bunch would likely hit such a treasure, and by God, I figured right.
애초에 맥클이 바뀐 이름 캐서디도 서부시대 그
They blew the
유명한
bridge with the
따서 한
intention
거예요.
of forcing the train to stop.
철자는 같은데 이제 우리나라에서 어떻게
Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. So I had no choice but to make my way up through the passenger cars dangling down.
이거는 어떻게 가야 되나?
I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge.
What'd you say? I can't hear a goddamn thing.
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there.
I need to get my ass. 이야기가 멀어지고 있습니다.
I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day. As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
You ain't beating me, boy!
Shit.
At times, it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
어디야? 조지 납작고 커리. 빌리 더 키드. 5피트 8인치. 야, 그 당시에 5피트 8인치면은 큰 건가? 서양인들도 이제 옛날엔 뭐 그렇게 키가 엄청나게 크진 않았을 텐데.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
보안관 치안 vs 와일드 번치.
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild
핑커튼?
bunch all by my lonesome. As
핑커튼이
usual.
이거 레데리에 나오는 핑커튼 레데리에 나오는데? 실제 이름이요? 실제 인물인가? 뭐지?
Who the hell is that?
아 잠깐만, 아니 뭐 왜 죽었어 이거? 왜 죽은 거지?
Who the hell is that?
아 뒤에 나온 애한테 죽었어.
Retreat! Retreat! He's killing everybody.
Calm down, the
thunder. They'll kill us all.
Ready for a belly full of buckshot?
아 왜? 아이씨.
You calm down the thunder.
Damn you!
Hell, I'm gonna hurt you bad.
Gonna scalp your ass. Brother, I'm gonna make you pay for that.
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they?
와일드 번치.
Only a few stragglers were left, and I had to cut them down pronto if I was gonna stay on old Bob's trail.
Don't he ever run out of bullets? Don't you wanna live? Stupid son of a bitch! Feel that, Missy!
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nosed Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
아 집중도. 아 집중도 너무 왜 이렇게 안 올라가냐 집중도. 아이씨 그지같네. 아, 개오반데?
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that.
유지 시간 집중 상태에서의 저장. 콤보 시 추가 피해량. 헤드샷 시 집중도 증가량 상승. 근처에 적중. 황천행까지 1분 30초.
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
That Kid Curry's kinda crazy, ain't he? Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Something's coming. Who the hell's that?
아, 왜?
Why don't somebody shoot?
Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning
아니,
shot.
안 죽어,
I just started taking
애들이.
those bastards down.
아니, 맞았는데 안 죽어. 아이씨.
Someone's coming. Who the hell's that?
아니, 아, 그지 같네, 진짜.
Who's shooting at us? We're under fire! Take him down!
Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
부치 캐시디. 캐시디란 이름을 불려받았다. 도축업을 하면서 부치란 별명을 얻기도 했다. 서부에서 가장 악명 높은 깽단의 우두머리.
And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports. Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the wild bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
I'm doing. What the hell?
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
These creatures ready to meet your fate. You just brought hell down on me. Die. Now you're in.
So, what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
Shot the rope. Oh!
So that was all the dynamite?
Well, funny you should mention that, darling. Because actually there was a 4th charge impeding my progress.
You're dead.
Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
I'm still standing. I cut you in 2. You must like pissing me off. You're gonna have to do better than that.
아 제발.
I'm gonna.
Don't let him get away with that! God damn you! This ain't right!
So I proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
찾아. 점프가 맞았군.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge. Well, it was a touching reunion. But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass.
아, 왜? 아니! 아,
I had to
그저
tread
진짜.
carefully. Otherwise, I could, well, die.
Kill that SOB! Make him bleed! Send him to Marcus!
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
제 얘기를, 아, 좀. 아, 씨.
Heavier than a damn fruitcake!
아, 젠장.
They're gonna need adjustment! That's that back.
아, 어디야?
Kill that cocksucker!
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
아, 왜? 아니, 왜 죽었어, 이거? 아니, 은폐했잖아. 아니, 은폐했는데 이거 왜 죽어? 아, 이해가 안 돼. 아니, 이거 왜 죽는데? 아씨. 아, 나, 아니, 원패할 때는 좀 죽어보고 싸우라고 해야 될 거 아니야. 아이씨, 뭐, 어디서 쏘는 거야? 아니, 아, 왜 안 맞냐? 아, 그지 같네, 진짜. 아니, 저기서 쏘는 게 여기서 맞는다고? 콤보 추가 피해라. 퀵슈터. 상시 피해라. 반동, 조준속도, 탄호. 근처에 적처. 이게 낫나? 콤보시 치과 피해.
What are you, Yella? That smells like a killian.
아, 개오반데 진짜.
You can't beat me. You can't hide forever.
아, 진짜. 다이너마이트 던져서 죽여야 되나?
Get out of
아,
here,
다이너마이트
you coward. Time for you to lay down and die. Damn! This is the last mistake you'll ever make. Ow! You can't beat me. It's not fair. God damn it, I need some help here. Come on, boys. Take this sumbitch out, still, so I can kill you.
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
아, 개씨.
Time for you to lay down and die.
아, 에바. 아, 어딘데? 어디서 쏘는 건데? 아니, 죽였는데 왜 자꾸 나와?
Guess you had enough, huh? You can't beat me. It's not fair. And still, so I can kill you.
아, 미치.
Take this
아니,
cocksucker.
다이너마이트
Move it,
없는데,
boys.
이제? 어떻게 죽이라는 거야?
You know who I am.
아니, 저거 어떻게 죽이라는 거야? 다이너마이트 없는데!
Get out of here.
You ready for a belly full of butt shot?
아니, 저거 어떻게 죽이라는 거야?
Hold him off while I reload. Time for you to lay down and die. Had enough?
아니, 야, 이거 데미지가 안
This is the
들어가는데?
last mistake you'll ever make.
아니, 이거 뭐 어떻게 죽이라는 거야? 미친 새끼들인가? 아니, 이거 뭐 어떻게 죽이라는 거야?
You can't beat me. I think he's scared. Are you kidding me? Time for you to lay down and die. Damn! God damn it, I need some help here.
아 제발 아이 뭐해 아 씨.
Show yourself, you.
저런
Else I can tell you. It's not fair.
아니 뭐해 아 아니 다이너마이트 왜 그쪽으로 던져 이쪽으로 던지라고 내가 조정했잖아 아니 진짜 개 찔끔다 데미지 개 찔끔 들어가네
Time for you to lay down and die. God damn it, I need some help here. Come on, boys, take this son of a bitch out.
Leave him to me.
아 다이너마이트 어디 갔어 아 진짜 아니 데미지 이딴 식으로밖에 못 주는 거면 다이너마이트로서는 넉넉하게 주던가 아 이게
Are you kidding me? This is the last mistake you'll ever make.
아 진짜 저 새끼 뭐 대체 언제까지 쏴 아 총알이 무제한이야 아니 개 틀린 거를 어떻게 저렇게 쏘냐고 말이 되는 소리를 해아 진짜 어이가 없네 진짜 아니 뭐 무제한으로 써 총알을 아니 이거 말고 뭐 데미지 주는 방법이 없나? 아니 데미지가 안 들어감
You know who I am? Are you kidding me? God damn it, I need some help here. Come on, boys.
아 진짜 짜증난다 아 뭔데 아니 나 지금 다이너마이트 몇 개 있는지 표시도 안 돼 이거 뭐 어쩌라는 거야
You can't hide. You can't beat me.
아니 이거 뭐 다른 방법이 있나? 아니 진짜 개찔끔다로
Damn it, I need some help here. Come on, boys. Take this son of a bitch out. This is the last mistake you'll ever make. Get out of here. That smells like a pig. Are you?
아 개같네 진짜
You can't beat me.
아 씨.
This cocksucker. Move it, boys. Come on, bullets already. Guess you had enough, huh? Time for you to lay down. Damn! Beef fat bastard! Give me a hand here,
누구
goddammit!
있는데?
Do you know who I am?
You're gonna bleed.
This is the last mistake you'll ever make!
안돼 야 한방
That smells like a pig!
Eventually, I
아
brought that
미친
tunnel down.
진짜
And that's
개
when I
같은 거
met Kid Curry himself. he had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
아 미친 개 틀린 거 진짜. 아니 폭사한 거 아니었냐고 개 같은 거. 서부 영화에서 개 틀린 건 거의 뭐 치트킨 분명. 개 틀린 건 좀.
As fast as he was, I was just a bit faster.
개 틀린 건 등장하면.
And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him. Those were his last words.
키드 커리. 아 개빡셌다 진짜. 와, 싫어하냐 씨. 개오반데.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kinda glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
에피소드 8 제시 제임스.
Jesse James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them. Dead or
와,
alive.
4만 달러?
That's one hell of a payday.
야, 그때 4만 달러면 지금 얼마야? 아니, 레데리 할 때 한 100달러만 내도
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
You don't want to mess with us!
지금이야 밀리언 달러가 그렇게까지는 아닌데 옛날에 밀리언 100만 장자하면 거의 제1회 부자 뭐 약간 이런 느낌이었죠.
Now wait a second. How'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
제시 제임스. 전설에 의하면 보는 것만으로도 기차가 멈췄다고 한다. 아니 당연히 사람이 있으면 멈추지 씨.
They hopped a freight train having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So, I hopped the same train. The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head. Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I
The
reached
James
that.
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
아씨. 오케이.
Murderous bastard!
아 뭔데? 아 왜 뭔데? 뭐야 왜 죽었어? 아 왜? 아 잠깐.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you.
뭐 그럼? Let me show you.
I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
헛소리는.
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
다들 그냥 헛소리로 치부하는구나.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Boy, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the
But
bull.
you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Star?
진리된 베스타.
Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out,
왜?
"It's the damn Pinkertons!"
아이씨.
At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's a damn Pinkerton!
아 왜? 아 진짜. 아 짜증 진짜. 씨.
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards.
아 왜? 진짜. 아 뭐 한 방 맞고 뒤져. 아니 씨 자꾸 씨. 아 개 짜증나네. 아 진짜 씨. 아 씨. 아 이 개 같은 거 진짜. 아.
So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember.
I bet you are.
아니 내가 먼저 죽였잖아. 아 씨.
Can't hide forever.
아니 내가 먼저 쐈잖아. 아니 개 같았네 진짜. 아니 자리 잡고 내가 먼저 쐈잖아. 아 진짜 개 같다 진짜. 아니 에임 안 되면 포지션이든 뭐든 상관이 없다니까 진짜. 개 같은 거 진짜. 아 개울 받네. 아 싫어하냐 진짜. 이게 안 맞는다고?
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way
그렇게 안
forward.
맞네.
You'll die for this. You hear me?
Die, you bastard!
아니 왜 죽는데 이건
It was definitely safer
또.
on the inside of the train.
아니 씨. 이건 왜 죽는데? 아 진짜 개같네. 아니 개복치야 진짜.
I wondered if I was ever gonna find the front of that train, or the bastard I was after. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
Damn, this takes a while. We've got company. You're dead.
아 개씨. 아 진짜 실화냐? 아니 아니 던지는 걸 왜 저딴 식으로 던지는지 모르겠어 나는 진짜. 아 진짜 개오반데 진짜. 왜 저렇게 던져? 던지는 거. 아 진짜 개 같다. 아. 이용하는. 사람들 무한 공격이 있는데 무슨 거? 또 나오는 거야.
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself.
Hell's a coming. It's time to end this. Death is coming.
There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
진실의 주고 윈스턴 열차 강도 사건.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train. I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you. Yeah, I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
영예롭게 가. 용서는 없다. 제시 제임스는 로버트 포드에게 사살당했습니다.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch Jim.
적대 지역으로
I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. The perfect place to hide out from the authorities. In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the Reds and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then.
아 뭐야? 아 뭐야? 아 뭐야? 아 어디야? 개 같은 놈들 씨. 상하 손잡이 퀵슈터. 아씨 어디야? 아 잠깐만.
Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul. Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Man. Like that time. Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
미국 남북 전쟁. 남북 전쟁은 1861년부터 65년 내전이다. 유니언이나 국군이라고 불렸던 쪽이고 다른 한편은 노예가 허용되는 주 일부로 구성된 미연합군, 남부동맹 또는 남군이라 불렸던 쪽이다. 전쟁에서는 결국 산업의 힘과 인구에 힘입어 북군이 승리를 거뒀다. 이 전쟁은 세계의 산업화가 진행되던 초기에 발발했다. 철도 전화선이 깔렸고 증기선이 건조되고 무기의 대량 생산이 이뤄졌던 총력전이었다. 남북전쟁은 미국이 참전한 전쟁 중에서 가장 많은 목숨을 앗아갔으며 이는 62만 명에 이르렀다. 전쟁이 끝나고 서부의 한근기가 시작되었다. 정착민이 늘어나면서 서부 개척이 급속도로 이루어졌다. 가축을 기르기 위해 목장 토지가 필요했던 카우보이들은 원주민을 몰아내야 했으며 이는 싸움으로 번져갔다. 흥미로운 사실은 남북전쟁에서 사륙을 경험했던 참전용사들이 생존을 위해 범죄를 저질렀다는 겁니다. 에퍼메톡스에서 리 장군이 항복하기 전까지 광군에 가담했던 이들은 이를 통해서 그들만의 전쟁을 이어나갔다. 북부 출신의 퇴역 군인들은 운행이나 열차를 털었고 제임스 영거 깽단처럼 오늘날까지 이어지는 전설을 만들어가기에 이르렀다.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I could still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men.
아씨, 아 헷갈려. 아 잘 안 보여 애들이. 아씨. 위장을 너무 잘 해놨어. 계속 나오네.
And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
So, did you ever find him? Who? The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Mr. Graves, are you all right?
Oh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over till another year? What is this that I can't see? With ice cold hands taking hold of me. Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell. Oh, death, oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
Nothing. Frank James.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close. I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me.
홀 영원. 집중 상태에서의 재정. 아, 젠장. 이거 하려면 이것도 찍어야겠네. 헤드샷이 집중도 증가량 상승. 도금된 라이프.
Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Justice.
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
And that son of a bitch! man!
Come here.
나는 다이너마이트라도 좀 여기 많구나.
And that son of a bitch!
Gonna cut you a new smile.
Take him out! He's just one man! Come on, he's only one man! I want that bastard dead!
This is gonna hurt.
Death is coming for you.
됐다.
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
얘기가 뭐 계속 바뀌어.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
So what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts. But I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again. Rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that son-of-a-bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
Son of a bitch!
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Would someone please kill him?
아, 왜? 아, 왜 이렇게 안 죽냐? 아, 왜 이렇게 안 죽어? 아이고.
Eventually, it was just me and Reed. I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers. And repay him I did. Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame he never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Back to episode 7, Wild Bunch.
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. 착한 놈, 나쁜 놈, 죽어가는 놈.
40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant. That son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
For all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am. A man with no family, no friends.
You ain't.
아! What the? 아니...
Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly, it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades. Just like me. But I wasn't about to call it quits. even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in a grave of a dead amigo. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
와, 아니 다이너마이트 계속 날라오는데.
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us the tale.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
와, shit, man.
Because when I woke up,
From the dead?
From the dead?
there was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop.
루탑.
Here and there. Even over there.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Graves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer. Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition.
유령마을을 지금. 유령마을 뭔데? 아이 뭔데? 아이 뭔 또 유령이야?
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me.
아, 뭔 미친 유령이야. 개 같은 거.
And in the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Harding, just like I remembered him. Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
집중. 아, 안 돼. 그만 쏴. 아, 그만 쏴.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
아니 아 제발 그만 쏴. 아니 뭐 계속 나와 미친 새끼들이.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead.
아니 뭔 씨. 아니 또 보이지도 않는 게 또 계속 나와. 아니 좀 숨을 수는 있게
George
해줘야
Curry
될
and
거
Harvey
아니야 개
Logan,
같은 거.
alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond.
어디야?
Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next.
어디야 그만 나와 제발. 아 그만 나와 그만. 아 그만 아니 뭐 계속 나와 미친 새끼들인가 진짜. 아 진짜 너무하네.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan,
아니 뭐 이거 어떻게
guardians of the
깨라고
Garden
이렇게
of the
만들어놓은
Dead.
거야. 아니 개 같은 거. 아 짜증나.
George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next.
아, 개 같은 거 진짜.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
아 제발 그만. 아 그만. 아 그만 쏴 개새끼야. 아 너무 아프다. 아.
Then I heard a voice call to me from afar.
Oh,
It was
you're
Robert
right.
Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks
아
for
미친
taking care
할배
of that
진짜.
bastard.
와씨 어이가 없네. 뭐 유령이 뭐 계속 나오고 진짜 뭐 씨. 헛소리 계속 해대고 진짜 씨, 주인공들끼리. 아니 죽였는데 이게 또 왜 일어나냐고. 썬댄스 키드, 사일러브스, 착한 놈, 나쁜 놈, 죽어가는 놈.
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Etta's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
멕시칸 스탠드오프에서는 Q2로 집중할 대상을 변경할 수 있습니다. 얘를 먼저, 얘는 날 안 쏘는구나. 아 왜? 야 내가 먼저 쐈는데 왜? 뭐임? 불명예스러움.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
다시 해야 되나? 잠깐만. 아, 불명예스러움 뭔데?
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend.
아 뭐야? 아 끝난 걸로 된 거야?
So you never found Bob? There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Bob. 복수. 죽여. 죽여야지 뭐 죽이러 왔는데 뭐 죽여야지 뭐.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
뭔 결투야. 죽이면 되는 거야.
Whoever gets that wall, go!
아니 왜?
Lion drifter.
아 뭐야 내가 먼저 썼는데 왜? 이해가 안 되네.
Oh my
Boy,
god! Oh Jesus!
Did you know it was him all along?
Cassidy told me Bob was in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed. The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
아이젠하워.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir. Mr. Graves.
So where are you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
콜 오브 후아레즈 건슬링어. 아무튼 이렇게 해서 엔딩까지 마무리가 됐네요.
Won't you spare me over till another year?
새로운 모드 사용 가능함. 아무튼 오늘 이렇게 해서 건슬링어 엔딩까지 마무리하고요. 재밌었습니다. 그럼 휴방하고 수요일날 오도록 하겠습니다. 늦게까지 시청해주셔서 감사합니다. 들어가겠습니다. 빠이요.